acquiring stream, and it says we're live. Of course, we got to wait a second, but it should say we're live any second here. Theoretically.
Okay, I see us. We're good.
We're live. Hey, everybody.
Yes. Hey.
It's that few seconds of we're not really sure, but we're supposed to be live, but we think we're live, but we're not 100% sure. So good to see you guys. So as the title today suggested, you know, there's been a lot of complaints about Matthew and his toxic masculinity. And tonight, and what do you mean muted? Don't give me muted. I know.
Me? I can hear you.
He's messing with us. It's multi-gun.
Oh, no, oh, yeah, thanks, Multi. Yeah. No, I heard us. We're good.
Yeah, it's multi-gun, man. He's messing with us. Now, and we want to talk for a couple of minutes before we get going, because you know how these streams are where they kind of get a little jittery for the first couple of minutes. So if it's buffering for you right now, give it a couple of minutes. Sometimes they do that for the first couple of minutes because YouTube is stupid. So, and John Marcos says,
thanks, John.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're clear. So I want to thank you. There's a lot of people here already, and so thank you for hanging out early. Already 9 likes on the stream, which is amazing. So Thomas Potts was here, like, you know, hours and hours ago. Multi-Gunman is here. Josh Street, who is very concerned over what we're going to be seeing today. By the way, Maria with
what's
what's
wrong with watching the first Avenger? You told me we were going to be watching the first Avenger.
No, I said you'll see what we're going to be re-educating you on how to think about women tonight. That's what.
Well, I mean, yeah, Captain America was very forward-thinking with the way he treated Peggy.
Yeah, we're not going to be watching Captain America. We're going
to be watching the first Avenger. That's Captain America.
No, we're going to be watching the person who inspired the Avengers, who inspired Nick Fury to create the Avengers.
Tony Stark's dad?
No. This is the person who actually inspired Nick Fury to create the Avengers.
I'm at a loss here. Okay.
Yeah. See, that's the problem. You don't give women credit, and we need to correct that. But I do want to. Speaking of giving women proper credit, Maria with T and Telly is here, and she was not following Orville Nation. So so Orville Nation was following her. So just want to make sure that is known to everybody. And of course, Thomas is warning everybody that we have major quantum woke alert, or major ultimate quantum woke alert, which...
Now, I do have a question for you. If someone knows that you're going to be at a certain location, does it matter if you get there first? Like, aren't you still following them by showing up at that location?
They gave us money and facilities.
So Maria is saying she got here first, so she's not following. But it sounds like she's also fully expecting him to be here. So that sounds a little following still.
They expect results.
Well, first of all, hold on. So Mercer was donating at the same time that you were saying that. But what you were saying was not important, because what you were saying was denigrating to a woman. And you see, that's exactly the kind of thing that you need to correct yourself of, because, see, that's your problem.
It's going to be a long night. Okay.
Yeah, it really is.
I'll try.
But Mercer, thank you so much, donated $1 and said, personally, I like the university. It gave us money and facilities. We didn't have to produce anything. You've never been out of college. You don't know what it's like out there. I've worked in the private sector. They expect results. Now, Mercer, that is a great quote, but we are not watching Ghostbusters tonight. And we are definitely not watching Ghostbusters 2016. As much as we want to re-educate Matthew about women, we do not want to re-educate him about those women. But thank you so much, my friend. So, Now, hopefully, we can get. Man, my computer is buffering really bad. I hope yours is working. And Orville Nation donated $2. Orville Nation, this live stream is for you too, buddy.
Thank you, Matthew. You are so right.
And no, you see, this is exactly the wrong kind of attitude. This is what we need to correct tonight. This kind of misogynist thinking needs to end. And that's the whole point. So we need to end this just horrible toxic masculinity. And so we're going to do that. So and I'm going to warn you right now, Matthew, there is some graphic imagery in these movies, but I think you can handle it because it's all in the name of re-educating you to understand. And I want you to pay attention. It's important that you understand what's going on here. And it looks... We're never going to get through anything, are we?
Mercer created
and Mercer puts in another
Let me know
$1.
if Real Power wants a magazine or something.
It says, let me know if Real Power wants a magazine or something. Well, now you're on the right track. Because that's a Nick Fury quote. We are going to get to Nick Fury, but not before we're gonna watch a couple of things here. We don't want to delay too long because we got two things to watch. Three things technically. Yeah, so we have only one trailer today, and the trailer should hit you close to home because the trailer is aimed right at you. You'll know why we're watching this trailer. As soon as you see it, you'll know. Okay. And so it's not a trailer of something we're going to watch. It's just a trailer to just be a gentle reminder of, you. And then we're going to watch a short film that is dedicated to you because we know that we got to work on your toxic hatred of women. But we also got to work on other things that you're struggling with. And we care about you, man. And we want to make sure that we deal with all of your issues. And so the short film should help you with that. And then we're going to get into a kind of medium-length film that's going to really get at the core of what the problem is. And then the grand feature that's the magnum opus of femininity. All right. All right. So, whenever you're ready, go ahead. Actually, first we got to get the link out there. So let's get the link out there. Otherwise, nobody's going to be joining us in the streaming room, will they?
True. Okay, I got the link in there whenever it shows up.
There we go. And so, please, let's give them a minute. And so there is the link. I pinned the actual comment that Matthew just put in there so that you can click on that. You absolutely want to click on that if you're able, because this is some great stuff, because you can learn right along with Matthew. If you've been struggling with your toxic masculinity, or if you know someone who struggles with toxic masculinity, maybe this will give you some pointers on how to approach them. And you are more than welcome, PJ. Yes, I know. I have to remember to include the audience because I was stupid. Man, it's just been that kind of a day. And yes, Captain America will always be the first Avenger, says John DeMarco. Well, he may have been the first chronologically, but he wasn't the real inspiration for the Avengers, the team. He was just the firstborn of the people that joined the team. That's why he's the first Avenger. And Cinnabon's in the house. Good to see you, my friend. Click the link so that you can, rid yourself of your toxicity. All right. So now, Matthew, let's get this party started with that trailer that you need to pay attention to.
All right, here we go. Hitting the play button.
There we go.
Clips starting.
All right.
We'll see about this.
Nick Fury $1.
I'm all ears
Last
about
time
that.
I trusted someone.
And that
I
is a
lost an
quote
eye.
that we'll be seeing tonight. All right, so what do we got here?
Is it going to be dolphins? I feel like it should be dolphins.
It feels like it should be, but I don't think it's going to be dolphins. What could it be? Ooh, that doesn't look good.
I don't know. Spock was on the screen. That's always looking good.
So yes, just a subtle reminder for you.
I'm not sure if I'm picking up what you're putting down. So strange.
Yes,
Oh, I remember this show. It used to be relevant.
Ooh, who wants to frolic with Snorky the dolphin?
Fools just they don't know what they're doing.
Why do they always play that same dolphin sound on everything that has dolphins?
I mean, once you record it off Flipper,
Yeah,
why bother redoing it?
true.
Also, Lisa's about to learn a dangerous lesson. Never trust a dolphin.
It must be Kuroga. It's getting away. Kill it.
Oh, Lisa, you've doomed us all.
Hey, Mercer.
She deserved that.
Looks like Mercer's going to bed. All right, buddy. You have a good one. Like your common seal.
An audible whisper. As if we're going to be able to understand clicks.
Yeah, that's Kuroga, all right.
He should have known better than to mess with dolphins.
Yeah, it's not a good idea.
Also, they're not even tagging the people who did bad things to them. Mm-hmm. Dolphins are speciesist. Mm-hmm. It's me as an old man.
I figured you'd say it's me because he's salty.
Oh, the dolphins got me.
Wow, those dolphins are jerks.
Dolphins are always jerks. It's just most people don't recognize it.
See, I have to disagree with you. I don't think dolphins are always jerks.
Or you'd be amazed.
And I hope he's learning something too, but I don't think he is. He seems to be just reinforcing his already prejudiced beliefs.
Accurate beliefs.
Well, that's true.
It's like watching the modern media.
Ooh, that's racist.
Wow. I didn't think you could pummel someone to death with a beach ball.
Didn't know it could happen. John DeMarco says, gotta watch out for those Italians. Well, you know.
Not Willie. See, this is why you never try to shoot someone at close range. They can just use their tail to whip it right out of your hands.
Do you think people have tails?
Yeah.
Okay.
Usually not that quite useful.
So it is Darwin.
Apparently, this is a common belief. I'm not sure where they get it from, but
And Jordan, yes, we are all frightened and horny. Yes, indeed. That's what Chief. That's what they're saying, or the mayor. That's not good. How'd they get up there?
but do they have? They're really, really intelligent. But you know, without F-15 and nukes, they can't do anything. I've heard that recently.
What?
Yeah. Biden said, "What's the point of guns? You don't have F-15 or nukes." I mean, the Dolphins don't even have guns. Lisa, come on.
This is your favorite part, I see, when they actually abuse the Dolphins.
I really like the fact they're not doing their one-hit kills on people anymore.
Yes, indeed. Drive them back to the ocean.
Lisa's the worst.
No, you're the worst.
I think Lisa's got me beat.
No, I'm pretty sure you're the worst. Okay. This is it. You need to pay attention and understand the plot of this movie.
Okay. I think I'm ready.
I don't know that you are.
P.T. Sorara in Interscene Films?
Yes, they proudly are presenting this movie.
Seems like maybe someone doesn't know when they should feel ashamed.
Yeah, I believe you're right. I will tell you, I've had to use your face more in this movie than any other movie that I've ever edited.
Oh, dear.
And it's all in the beginning. Don't worry. It's like the beginning, it seems horrible. Like you're going to think this is a porno, but it gets better.
I feel like the people in chat are aware of what's about to happen to me.
Yeah, Thomas knows what's coming. It's really, really bad at the beginning of this movie.
I mean, I call it a little slow, but it's a good ocean view. Not really bad. Oh, I think they use this location in Mortal Kombat.
You would think that this is a Mortal Kombat-y movie. So, off to a shaky start, I admit.
I seem to remember this scene from the Stargate. Not the movie, the TV show.
The Stargate TV show? No. Well, actually,
Yeah.
you're not that far off. Well, it gets weird. I'm just going to say it gets really weird here.
It certainly seems that way. He's got crazy eyes.
And he's dead.
Ooh. See, there's a certain time of the month when you shouldn't engage in such activities.
I don't know, but and they're both clothed. They're
It's a wild flock of Matthew heads. Is there any man who can satisfy her? Well, maybe she didn't kill them.
Yeah, exactly.
I believe you're looking for me.
Yeah, I think he's the one that's going to satisfy her. And then, now remember what I asked you about a movie if you'd seen recently?
Yes, yes.
Okay. There's a reason I asked you. Which you wouldn't think has anything to do with this, right?
Yeah, I definitely...
Yeah.
I thought we were talking more about the next movie.
Yeah. It's not... I know it makes no sense. It will make sense in a few minutes.
You had to put one down there?
I just did that to be stupid.
Okay.
Okay, this is the weirdest part of the entire movie. I explain this and you get $1 million.
What? It's a Goa'uld?
It's an eel that turns into a dagger. Even the dialogue. Does that make any sense?
So she's mad that he took the snake out of her and it turned into a dagger.
Yes.
So in 100 years, she's going to have her revenge.
On his granddaughter. So he's fine. It's like, oh, okay, so no problem for me.
And all this just because he wanted a monogamous relationship with her.
Yes, because he wanted her to be his wife.
All right. Bottom of the sea, powers of evil.
Yes. And just so you know...
I think there's more evil on the land.
Yeah, just so you know, you will never see her again in this movie.
All right, then.
That's her entire part right there. So, Joel Jackson, brilliant filmmaker. I think that's all you can say.
I think I see Noah's Ark in the background of this shot.
Yeah, I think so.
It's right underneath the rainbow.
Yeah. Where did
John
I
wants
find
to know where you find this.
Yeah, I actually, this was on one of those, I can't remember if it was Crackle or Tubi, one of those free streaming service channels where you just find like really bad movies.
Do you have Plex?
I don't think I have Plex.
Okay, because Plex is what I use to share my media files across all my different TVs and Android and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And they have Crackle on it.
Okay.
They have a category called Sheroes, which is a brand new phrase for me. I learned it last week.
What's it called?
Sheroes. So not heroes, but she-rose.
Oh, wait till you see the title, Multi-Gun Man. It's coming up in just a second. Because it makes no sense considering what you just saw. I'm sure you're thinking like, the snake goddess or, something like that. No.
The ASS cameraman?
No, wait, just here. It's coming any second here.
I mean, wow, they literally had a cameraman just for the close-up shots of someone's backside.
By the way, I don't think the ASS camera, the ASS director, I think it said. I was like, I love that particular credit. Like, never in the history of cinema has a more appropriate credit ever popped up on a movie.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, right there. Kenneth Timothy. Yeah, Academy Award, buddy.
But then they spell out here, the associate producer.
Yeah.
Like, why isn't he the ASS producer?
All right, get ready for it. Here comes the title. You ready?
Oh, yes. It came from beyond. The Lady Terminator. Nice.
All right, so, yeah.
Yeah, I remember the scene from the original Terminator where Arnold Schwarzenegger had an experience.
No, that was the deleted scene from the original Terminator. Where they,
you want to know why she dumped him in the lava?
Yeah.
He was gone before she woke up.
Well, they
was
pulled
pissed.
a butterfly out of him. That was the symbolism of that one. Instead of a snake out of a girl, they pulled a butterfly out of a dude. That was...
Good evening.
Good evening. No symbolism there.
Around him. What? You want to know about the South Sea Queen? How dare you?
Yeah. She's
You're
not
librarian,
going to be in the
Point
rest
to
of
the
the
book.
movie. I'm sorry. She was only contracted for 2 scenes. Yes, Multi-Gunman, that is definitely the kind of movie this is. Yeah, Alfred Hitchcock should have been in the shadows there, absolutely. That does not look like an ancient book. Just saying. It looks like...
I thought he was just saying not so fast because she didn't have a library card.
Is it just me, or does that dude look like anorexic me?
No, he looks more like No, I don't got it. But at first I thought he was like supposed to be a troll or a goblin type character. You're scaring me, Mr. Librarian.
Well, you see, Cinnabon, the idea here is a lot of people say that Captain Marvel is a bad movie. I wanted to show Matthew what a real bad feminine empowerment movie was before we watch Captain Marvel, so he can appreciate what the difference was.
Ariel's saying it's old Mexican Jackie Chan. But like they're trying to give him an Asian accent.
Yeah.
Like a stereotypical one.
Said someone who dubbed over this movie.
I'm glad they narrated that part because I don't think I would have figured it out.
Yeah. Meanwhile, on a boat.
Hey, Creeper McCreepson. Eyes up top.
Yeah.
I want to go to Tashi Station. Will you stop calling me lady? I'm not a lady. Oh, excuse me. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. How dare you assume her gender?
I didn't mean to misgender you in that tiny bikini.
How you doing, Robert? If you haven't already, click on the link. You don't want to miss this classic movie. Although you already missed the eel. That was...
Man, he's being really judgmental to someone who paid him to take her somewhere.
And his first mate is Popeye.
Is he a sailor man?
I guess so.
People are building space stations on the moon. I missed that part of the 80s.
Yeah, you didn't catch that?
Man, I feel like people owe Reagan an apology for his Star Wars project now. If we had moon bases, come on.
Yeah, you tell her, not Charles Bronson.
I told you it was all a legend and you shouldn't believe it, but now I'm going to tell you that there's definitive proof that she exists.
And that people have died because of her. I'll be good, promise. Turn on the engine on this sailboat as we're already underway.
I think that holds up.
That's right. Popeye, turn on the wind.
I know we're not in that big of a boat, but we're going to get out of that boat into a smaller boat to have you go into the water.
Yes. Oops, we forgot to turn it on.
Oopsies.
Let's try that again. Hey, Daniel. No,
That's what you get for trusting a man to turn on your equipment.
Yeah,
We're quite forgetful.
No, Daniel, this is the pre-Captain Marvel crap movie.
Has some good shots from a nature documentary, though.
Yes. Oh, no, the eel!
It's the eel.
You don't know where it's been. But we do.
It was just a rope.
Which makes
That must have been
sense.
like his 12th beer in the past hour.
Oh, well, if only Popeye were there. What a beautiful, calm day at sea. She's been at least 45 seconds. It's water.
Sertis is saying, no wonder why this movie flows the way it does. I quote, everybody was smoking joints on set. People were off their nuts. I don't know how they got anything done. Barbara and Constable. I'm sorry. We went from a wave to some guy peeing. I've gone diving, and now I'm evil. You can tell from the eyeliner. Also, that wave was like, I think The Rock was sailing on the top of it.
Yes, I'm pretty sure we saw The Rock sailing on that wave in a recent movie.
And remember, there's this extremely specific legend that's exactly what's going on right now. Oh, wow.
That was a great
You're
pickup
not going
line.
to catch AIDS.
Wow. Daniel, I don't know if when I'll be streaming this weekend, but if I'm up to it, I will.
What, I don't even get a car? Man, those Gaulds are not messing around in the 80s.
They really weren't.
See, if they had done this in the 2000s, I don't think anyone would have messed with them. They would have said, nope, they're going to win. We're done.
Yeah.
What? The other guy was dead too?
I know you were expecting him to be fine, right?
Talk about a subversion of expectations.
Now,
And it's a good thing she got his shirt.
Yeah.
Since she lost her bikini at some point.
Yeah. Now, I explain this part to me. I would... So she's...
Yeah. Who cares that a door mysteriously opened? It's not our problem.
So she's just in a room.
I guess she's waiting for the eel?
I don't quite understand.
You missed.
Yeah, I missed on that one. Sorry about that.
The good news is, so far it looks like you did just fine for the clips.
Oh, did I? Good. The clips didn't catch that one.
Yeah.
Okay, so her pendant disappeared. But I don't quite...
Bring on the smolder. Oh, so the South Ocean Queen lady is so famous they just make murals of her.
Yeah.
Is that the same lady who's saying invincible? You know, we will be invincible. We've got a right to be angry.
That's...
Pat Benatar, maybe?
Wow. You really think Pat Benatar would be in this movie?
I think that they might use one of her songs unlicensed. Like it had the same sort of music sound to it. Oh man, she's gonna be charged a fortune for breaking those bottles.
Well, she just walked into the room without checking in, so how are they going to charge her?
True. I guess she just really, really wanted to look at that mural.
So now, here's the drinking game moving forward through this movie. How many times can they rip off the Terminator?
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be fine.
Yeah, he's all right.
I mean, unless we see him later covered in blood, do we really know that he's dead? This movie has made a point of making sure we know when someone dies, so I think he's fine.
True. Hey, how you do it? Oh, they must be bad because they have southern accents.
Yeah, that holds up.
Well, I've seen movies before because I know if somebody says y'all, they're bad. Hey, you too, purty face.
I think that's the most effective way to pick up women. Pulling a Kirk. Slapping that lady.
Oh, whoa, she's a... Oh, wait, is that a her or a him?
It's hard to tell in the 80s.
Yeah, Oh, it's a him. Okay. I wasn't sure. What do you think of America pulling out of Afghanistan? I'm not talking about Afghanistan, man. This is not the time for that. I have a movie called Ninja Terminator, but can't watch it because on VHS it looks terrible based on the cover. I've not seen Ninja Terminator, but this is Lady Terminator. So, a triple homicide? Wow. Is that like, well...
I'm not judging. This was the 80s.
It was the 80s, yeah, so it might have been a different crime, you know.
Yeah. And I'm so glad they gave us that backstory establishment. That was some fine editing.
Oh, what? Ninja Terminator couldn't be worse than this. Are you sure, John? Are you really sure? My nice necklace, that won't be a plot point later on because it just happens to be what the girl was wearing when she came out of the ocean.
Is that supposed to be the same girl?
No, but that's the same pendant.
Okay.
That must be the granddaughter.
One could assume.
I can't imagine being famous. Did she go to the Shatner School of Acting?
We can't even blame this on a bad dub. I'm pretty sure they're all speaking English.
Yeah, I know. That's... Wow, they all just have these weird pauses.
Well, they gotta wait for the guy to switch out the card so they know what to read
Yeah.
next.
No, we're not bringing back William Shatner. Leave him alone.
He's old and grumpy.
Hey!
It appears to be some form of jewelry. Yes, it's the one exactly like I have. I mean, I don't think most girls wouldn't be okay with you being like, oh, you're literally buying my exact necklace right now in front of me.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we got Terminator
That was a
vision.
dramatic turn. We just need a little printout as she walks along. Give me the necklace if you want to live. Carpet in a bathroom? Bad choice. That's just gonna soak up all kinds of things you don't want it soaking up.
You had to go there.
Well, it's true though. I'm not sure what you're thinking, but I'm just talking about an Uzi in her back pocket. What the heck? What? Ah! Wait, did I miss the part where she got an Uzi?
No, you didn't miss the part. She just had an Uzi.
Oh, no, maybe it was the security
officers. Yeah,
officers.
the security guard had the Uzi.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay. Seems excessive, but this isn't America, and I don't want to judge another culture. Maybe that's just what your standard security guard had.
So that girl is the singer. That's why they're... I guess.
I'm pretty sure she's got famous doing covers of Pat Benatar.
You know, I wonder if Sony actually wanted their products in this movie. Or if they just said, yeah, whatever. We won't sue you. Wow, really?
Wow.
That is a dedicated mall store employee. Willing to die to save the TVs.
Not the TV. I get why, though. He was actually a secret agent. Do you see the way that TV exploded?
Yeah, true.
It was packed full of C4.
Hi dilly ho, hi dilly ho, hi dilly ho.
Uh-oh, little old lady donated $1. Oh, there's
little underscore old underscore lady
me.
$1. Hello Michelle, what do you have that guy on your stream he so fucking tried to kill with his bike? And after what he just said I remember. He said give me your purse if you want to live. F you Matthew.
So
he did die.
So Matthew, the little old lady donated $1 and says that after what he said, I remember, you said, give me your purse if you want to live, and F you, Matthew.
I don't think there's any proof that ever occurred.
I'm pretty sure it happened.
Also, I can't help but notice that they have little red dots on their crotches.
What, the bodies?
Yes, if they moved any direction here, you'll see that the white linen sheets covering them all have little blood stains right on their crotches. Because, you know, clearly finding someone the next morning, they'd still just be so full of blood to stain the bed sheets.
Oh, that's funny, yeah. Why is it that every
that
movie's morgue employees are eating on the job?
Even in the 80s. Yeah. It's just the stereotype that won't die.
Folgers makes it more official. And hey, Alex, good to see you. You missed the eels, man. You really missed the eels. Oh, yeah. Here's a great song for you, Matthew.
Well, you know, they were lacking about a minute and a half in the runtime. They said, what if we do a musical number?
They're like, yeah, we really need you to sing an entire song midway through this movie.
I mean, it worked for Weird Al, but that's kind of his whole shtick, so it made sense for him to do it.
And Alex wants to know if there's a crappy, low-budget Robin Hood film that I'd cover at some point. I can't think of one.
Kevin Costner was in a pretty bad one.
Yeah, but that wasn't low budget.
True.
And you've seen that, haven't you?
Yes. Hence why I actually know of it and got the actor's name right.
Yeah. And Men in Tights, I wouldn't say was
spectacular.
Crappy. Yeah.
I was just joking about having a full-on musical number.
Yeah,
I didn't realize.
They weren't. Yeah. Sit back. I hope you got plenty of food here. This is like the next 20 minutes of this movie. You ready for the female empowerment here? Yeah.
Oh, I'm waiting for it, but so far all I got is it's empowering to kill men.
Well, it
through
is
intercourse. I mean, I'm assuming that they, like, as part of the death process, the member is actually cut off. So I mean, that's empowering.
It's the 80s. So, we could joke about that.
That's why he said the homo side, because he thought the guy was gay. So
okay, yeah. So
it must have been a dig, and not just an actor mispronouncing homicide.
Now, have you ever seen the old Errol Flynn Robin Hood movie? Have you ever seen any Errol Flynn movie?
Yes.
Name an Errol Flynn movie.
Gonna have to look up. Like, I know the name. How do you even spell that name? Errol Flynn?
It's Errol with an E.
I got that part right. I missed the I. I was so close. For me. Okay. I don't think it will surprise anyone to know that's not who I was thinking of.
Okay, you're going to miss major Terminator action here. This is where we go straight on rip-off mode here.
Okay. Screw the DJ, save the girl.
Notice several of these shots, like camera angles. Look at that. That and is straight
they
up.
They fully connected too. Like that wasn't just a heroic shoulder wound. They got her.
Yeah, but that was an exact duplicate of a shot from the Terminator film. From the Tech Noir scene.
What on earth? I looked up his filmography and he's showing me theater stuff. I just want to know.
That's another shot right out of the original Terminator. The reloading scene here is another shot right out of the original Terminator. Except, you know, it was a little better done. The shotgun to take her out. Come with me if you
want to live.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow. No heroics there.
No, we can do it together.
Yeah.
No, I won't let you. Yeah. I thought we were best friends, man.
Well, maybe if you had stayed.
The running shot.
Yeah.
Let's see, I may have seen the Seahawk with him. I don't think I saw Captain Blood.
Captain Blood is one of my favorite movies.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen that one. I think I saw the Seahawk.
Seahawk's good, but Captain Blood I think is better.
You weren't joking.
I tried to tell you. They're going into full-on rip-off mode here.
Had Terminator 2 come out by this point?
Yeah, this was made in 1988.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, that was definitely straight out of Terminator 2 even.
So Thomas is on his way home. Matthew promised to pause the movie until he gets home.
Also, I love the fact that she got insulted that he asked, do you know why she might be trying to kill you? Like, I don't know. Someone's trying to kill you. Most people know why. Like, if a little old lady showed up at my door with a gun, I'd know why. I'd be able to put it together.
Eric says, I saw that swashbuckling movie. If you're talking about Captain Blood, it's the swashbuckling movie. What's with her weird pauses? She's even doing it now. I want to go home.
Maybe she doesn't speak English. You know, they're like, hey, we want you to in the movie, but you're going to have to do all your lines in English. And she's like, but I don't speak English. Oh, it'll work out. It'll work out.
Oh, good thing this car just happens to be left with the motor running. No, I forgot to make some popcorn before we got started today. I mean, I don't want to miss any of this awesome action.
Oh, yeah.
This is where
just
it's
nonstop.
Good. You don't know, man. This is where it's like, you know. Yes, convenient spare cars are very convenient.
Like, I had the feeling this was made in Thailand, and that's why they're able to get away with the blatant ripoff.
Oh, yeah, I'm pretty sure you're right. I'm gonna have some fun.
I'm sorry. This random car he picked up just so happened to have a full-on assault rifle in it. And I say assault rifle in that he's not pulling the trigger more than once. The bullets don't start coming.
Right. It's a M16 full auto.
Exactly, Shirtus. Where was the M16?
He had it in his back pocket. You weren't looking.
I don't think he pulled that out of the cop car when he had to change vehicles.
But you gotta give them some credit.
Man.
They did actually have a little bit of a budget with all these cars they're wrecking and explosions. I mean, this is not this is a low budget movie, but it's not a micro budget movie. And actual stunts, like that car did a jump, they took out that car door, you know. And
I'd like to know that as well. Let's see, Lady Terminator. Let's see where it made. Lady Terminator. First she mates, then she terminates.
Is that what it said?
That is exactly what it says. Okay, Lady Terminator is a 1988 Indonesian horror fantasy film. I was off.
Okay.
Indonesia, not Thailand. You wouldn't believe this, okay? I don't believe you. She was from Springfield, Texas. They need to get that monitor fixed. If it's putting out that much light for someone standing like 4 feet away from it. You're stoned again. It's okay. It's legal in this country.
I mean, here in Texas. Yeah, you need help, all right. I signed a contract to be in Lady Terminator. I really need help. Well, I need to use the restroom, so I will be right back. And so, yeah. While I'm doing that, I'm going to also make some popcorn.
Okay.
So enjoy. I'll be back in a minute. I know. I'm so sorry you're in this movie.
He's not even making eye contact. He's looking off to the side where there's like a director or cameraman or something. Oh, now he's looking at her. I shall now look at the camera to deliver this line. Man, everyone knows this legend that people swear isn't true. I can't believe he just walked off. He's a police officer and he's like, well, I'm going to ignore this this witness. You know, okay, he said his dad made him swear that he'd look out for the South Sea Queen. And you would think at some point he might tell his granddaughter, the one who she swore she'd get revenge on. Like, maybe I should tell you this. Maybe I should tell you anything. Yeah, Darwin could fix everything. What? Oh, the poor desk clerk. Oh my goodness, this is just ripping off the cop interrogation scene. Where's Sarah Connor? Wow. She does not like black men. Dang. What? And a nut kick? Holy crap. She emptied a full clip into that guy.
Totally original police station storming sequence.
They don't like black people in Indonesia, it seems. She emptied a full clip into a black guy and then gave him a nut shot. Now my last partner sacrificed his life for me, so I'm hoping you'll do the same. Okay, random extra, I stopped firing like a minute ago. You can stop flailing around. Robert, you might want to check out a TV show called Sledgehammer. It was a humorous police show. Like an over-the-top humorous police show. But extremely funny. Like there's a hostage negotiation and he shoots a rocket launcher into the building to blow it up to take care of the situation.
See, this movie
yes, Urchas, Go on.
Oh, I said this movie's totally original. I don't know what you're talking about, ripoff.
You know, a movie that did this scene today would get accused of being woke in its anti-police stance. And that this entire sequence was just one big fantasy of, you know, shooting up cops.
Well, and it's also pro-women. See,
That's
this
true.
is fulfilling the ultimate fantasy of a woman slaughtering police officers. Damn, she got Vinny. See? What better statement to sum up this movie?
Now,
And
to be
you can
fair,
tell-
Certes, you're missing the fact that every time the scene changes, she's swapping out. They're just not wasting screen time on it. But you gave me the magic knife.
Which is actually an eel.
I mean, you just told me she's invincible. Why are you gonna fight her? I should be running, right?
Oh, did he say she's invincible?
I think he at least said that she can't be killed.
So right there, she used her 100-round clip. And right there, another 100-round clip.
Later, Simps, I'm gonna take care of this. Chad! What pockets?
Well, that is a pretty bulky jacket.
good shoulder pads.
Yeah. Ooh, he's invincible too.
He has a bulletproof cup. My eye.
Well, he won't be having kids. See, now that is a female empowerment moment right there.
Yeah, guns don't require ammo in this universe.
Yeah. There you go.
That or it's like what was the movie? Was the movie Ultraviolet? Where she had those little wormholes that she could just launch bullets into her clip.
I don't remember if that was Ultraviolet. I know what you're talking about, but I don't remember if that was it or not, but yeah.
Oh no, Aeon Flux maybe?
Wow, she missed from there?
Good thing they got plot armor. Oh, my shoulder! My heroic shoulder! Every time! Ah, worth this thing? It only has 500 rounds! Oh, I hate it so much!
500? That was like 5,000!
The way she treated it, it's like, how dare this thing only hold a near infinite amount of bullets.
Yeah, look at that clearly American license plate.
That's some nasty looking water.
Kronos, I got plenty. You want some popcorn? Come on. Here you go. Just grab some. There you go. Reach. You got it? Got enough? All right, good. Oh, you want a little more? There you go. Go.
I know I was yelling at you earlier, but now that it's the nighttime and there's a blood-red moon in the sky, I can't help but be attracted.
And I know that my uncle is dead and all, so I think it's time we had sex. And I don't understand English.
Wow. Who opens with that kind of question? You don't say much. Hey, are your parents dead or what? Yes, thank you, they are, you jerk.
She's just a helpless romantic.
Can you tell me how they died gruesomely? Oh, I'm sorry. Tell me how your wife died gruesomely.
Well, remember,
So
this
you're
is the
single.
ripoff of when Kyle Reese was telling Sarah Connor about, you know, the women of the future.
Yes.
You know, the post-apocalyptic future, moving to Minnesota, pretty much the same thing. I'm pretty sure that's what the writers of this movie are saying.
Yeah, maybe they thought it was like Chicago or something.
What, Chicago, Minnesota? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying if you're If all your shooting's happening in Indonesia, maybe you don't have the best grasp of American geography. Also, there are flower petals raining on them from above.
Yes, because it's time for them to start making passionate love.
It'll all look better in the morning. Curse you.
Don't worry. This scene will be very tasteful. As I grab you.
There's nothing that get women more aroused than talking about your dead ex-wife. That you take personal responsibility for their death.
Well, maybe it is going to be kind of raunchy here as we just grope each other. I've
known you for like 2 hours, man. I think you're making some big assumptions about what's about to happen tonight.
Well, I think his assumptions are correct at this point. You know I have the eel, right?
Get your own bag, Kronos. This is my popcorn. Complete with what's called beaver nuggets, for anyone familiar with Buc-ee's.
Wow, you had to say beaver nuggets as they were showing this shot in the movie.
I've been waiting. I've been holding on to that one for a while, yeah.
Wow, nothing subtle here. And they're done.
Well, that was disappointingly fast. I guess we'll just
I was just like, yep, done.
So, do you expect this fire to last tonight? Because this is kind of a pathetic fire.
Well, speaking of pathetic, that only took about 8 seconds.
I wonder if they're trying to apply any sort of imagery by continuing to go up this tree forever.
Oh, here comes another great Terminator. You know, let's make a great drinking game of Terminator ripoff scenes. Oh, you're gonna love this one right here. See her wounds.
Yeah, there's seems to be like 2. Are they healing?
Yes, but couldn't really see that.
I saw a shoulder one that looked like it was healing up.
Mm-hmm. But no, this looked familiar.
I don't think the Terminator did this part.
Oh, yes.
But yes.
This is exactly what the Terminator did. Exactly what the Terminator did.
No.
Not familiar at all?
Oh, no. Oh.
You don't remember this at all?
Maybe I skipped this part, because I am not a fan of people doing things to their eyes.
You don't remember this from the Terminator?
No.
Classic.
I legit don't.
This is exactly shot by shot what the Terminator does. Except
this
for
definitely seems like a...
Except for the electrical part there. He didn't rinse off his eyeball.
She's going full E-Chub, Darth says. Never go full E-Chub. Oh, it's a different eye now.
Yeah, but for some reason, it's like she put it in backwards.
I guess they're trying to show the shot from the mirror the whole time, but then they screwed it up by changing it.
Yeah. Yeah, it sure would have been better if he had to pull that eel out of her. Of course, you probably wouldn't exist.
I wish my grandpa was still alive. Whoa, baby. Want me to meet your family? We just met. Slow things down.
Oh, good. Joe, Snake, and Tub. Sounds like a Bird of Prey family reunion.
Running.
What am I eating? Just popcorn. Here, you want some? There you go. Grab a handful. There you go. Oops.
Oh no, not that random person. Like, honestly, you stop to think about it. This isn't preventing something bad in the future. She just wants revenge on one person.
Yeah.
One person. And we've had like 50 or 60 people die now just because she wants revenge on a single lady.
Yep. And she knew who her target was all along. Arnold didn't even know who his target was. It's Snoop Dogg. Well, not anymore.
Man, the cops are the worst in this. I guess it doesn't matter because he's off duty, but come on.
Let me grab the cheapest car.
You're allergic to popcorn, Daniel?
Is that even possible?
Like, are you allergic to just corn in general? I mean, if my dad ate too much popcorn, it would give him an upset stomach, but...
Ronald, so you want some more popcorn? Sure, here you go, buddy. Right there. All right. Man, don't be such a pig, man.
Well, they're all just tiny little... Oh, you're talking to Kronos.
Yeah. Oh, no. I can barely get out of this car that I can easily get out of. Because I could have just stepped out of it.
I'll move the...
Was Bird
now,
right?
so
I think
Max
Bird was.
fall out.
Here, let me step back into the car that I had to climb out of.
Why did they crash?
Good question.
Ah, there we see the crowning moment of the ASS photographer.
Yeah, that was the ASS photographer. That was his whole job, was that one shot.
Special brought in that ASS director and everything.
You know, you have to be part of the ASS guild to do a shot like that.
I don't get why they abbreviated it like that. I have all the questions about the helicopter.
Why does it have missiles?
Why is it there?
Well, why
was
did they
that
blow
Billy?
up that airplane?
This must be the, oh, whatever crew it was. The Billy Bob Thornton crew. Snake.
So Multi-Gunman likes the work of the ASS director. And hey, Donnie, hope you're doing well. No, that was not Airwolf. That was definitely not Airwolf. Because there you can see it there. Have another machine gun. We got lots of them.
Now let's do a Bro 5. Zoom in. What? Okay, I understand that she's invincible.
Yeah.
But her car done got blown up.
Well, apparently not.
So we got Murdoch, B.A., Snake.
If you need help, and if no one else can help you, and if you can find them, maybe you can call, well, these guys. Oh, look, now they got
George?
APC. Wow, so they
Guess
got...
we know who Mad Dog is. I'm on fire! I'm on fire! Yeah, we've known it for a long time. Oh, you mean literally on fire. Sorry, yeah. Someone get him an extinguisher. Oh my goodness.
We can't shoot anything. We really
I don't think
suck.
the president's car is that bulletproof. Action! Fireworks!
She's just like calmly driving around.
Yeah, that'll show her.
Stupid women. See, see, this is why we need more female empowerment movies. See, this is what...
Wait, are they trying to tell me that he's been driving the whole time?
He had an APC. Why is he running away? Blow her off?
He has a rocket launcher?
Yep. Wow. Daniel, this movie came out in 1988. See, again, patriarchy. Honey? Oh, another shot from Terminator. Oh, now it has laser eyes.
Things just got real. Well, thanks. Oh, you won. So long, bud. Glad it was you and not me.
Yeah, Net ought to do it.
Kronos, I think we're getting pretty close to the end of this movie.
Yeah, this movie is just about over. Oh, there you go. You okay there? My buddy.
Oh.
My buddy. That was
the most heartfelt line. Acting. Just superb acting.
Kronos needs some more pop. Here you go, Kronos. Man, what do you do when you're fighting laser eyes?
I mean, at some point you gotta go, the bullets aren't working. We need to change strategy.
Yeah. But props to him for being, you know, COVID conscious and wearing a face mask. Because, you know, that looks like her.
Man, she really has a thing against men. Every laser blast going straight for the junk.
Well, she's defeating the patriarchy.
Going up. No! I have a magical dagger that can kill her. Wait, what?
Yeah, you see...
Well, maybe if you give me half a second to talk.
My great-great-grandfather pulled it out of my great-great-grandmother's junk, and it kills her. It doesn't make sense, but it works.
Yeah, now it jams.
My hair.
It jams just as her laser beams go out of order. If only I had some sort of weapon to defend myself. What's this sharp thing poking me in the back? Oh, finally! I have a metal pipe.
A man can't beat her.
Kronos, it's not dubbed.
Yeah, this is not a dubbed movie. They're actually doing this in English. There we go.
So progressive.
Stab her with the eel dagger.
You know, it's a shame the great-grandpa didn't do that. But I guess he did just want to live in a natural relationship with her.
Yeah, terrible of him.
That horrible man want to have a kind and loving relationship with a evil murderer.
And nope, you can't have the dagger now. It's gone.
Huh.
Hey, yep, how you doing? Yep, we're leaving now. Bye-bye. Hey, how you doing?
Yep, that's my best.
Yep,
that's my best friend. He's dead.
Well, I was hoping. Well, I got an eel that just might be able to arrange that. What is with the way they're running through the... So, you don't have any eels or anything in you, do you?
Covered in blood. Stop kissing me. Who's this other guy? I'm not into that.
Where are you taking me? Wait, what's going on?
You know, this whole time, I've been thinking that they did, like, security in 2 different languages. I just realized they misspelled it in English. S-E-K-U-R-I-T-I, security. But, so they're saying the thing was an alien. A star. The stars look on. They'll be here long after we're gone. It was Cthulhu. It's one of his tentacles. It explains everything.
So yeah, do you feel like you're ashamed of your manhood now?
I can't say that's what I took away from that movie at all. No. Maybe the second one will be more effective.
Now I do like notice the Marvel logo is all Stan Lee here.
Oh, okay. Yes, this one came out right after his death. I had forgotten. That's a nice start.
Yeah.
Yes. The black. Wait, this looks more like Lord of the Rings opening.
Oh yeah, it is. It's Lord of the Rings, except not.
Whoa, I have hands.
Whoa, man, tripping.
Is anyone else seeing these lights?
Whoa, my hands. They glow. Now that would be cool to have a window that did that. And to have that view.
Yeah. Holla. Ain't no holla back, girl.
You didn't say what time it was. He asked what time it was. She didn't answer.
You know, I would have liked it a lot more, and this isn't just a Captain Marvel thing, but I would have liked it a lot more if they'd taken just an hour to practice this scene so you could have one long cut of them fighting back and forth.
Yeah, instead of having the quick little edits.
Yeah, which, I mean, to be fair, it's less edits than other Marvel movies have been up to this point. Way to cheat, Captain Cheater.
You see, here's my biggest problem. I don't hate this movie at all, but I don't like that they keep telling her that she has to control her emotions when she doesn't really show any emotion. So you need to stop.
I'm not convinced he's giving her bad advice.
No, he's not. But the problem is that she's not coming across as being overly emotional either. You see my problem? Like they're acting like she's hysterical.
I mean, if it was something where like through her over emotion, it caused her powers to go AWOL. Like I guess that was something the training scene was missing. He's supposed to be teaching her how to use her powers, and then gets mad that she used her powers. So it's like have her trying to use them, but then she gets angry, and instead of executing it correctly, it like blows a hole in the wall.
Right.
And then she does that oops face because now there's a hole, and like, well, now we're gonna have to add a new window.
Right.
And then you could pan out and there's lots of windows, you know, Marvel humor.
Yeah. Yeah, Skrulls.
I am sad we're not going to get this storyline, though.
How do you know?
I do know enough about the movie to know the twist ending.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that the Skrull... Yeah, you're assuming that just because the Skrulls in this movie aren't all bad, that all the Skrulls are nice.
I don't think we're going to get the Secret Invasion storyline.
I do.
It seems like... Oh, yeah?
I think
it just seems like everything's multiversing.
Yeah, exactly. And in the multiverse, there are bad Skrulls.
All right, all right.
Which could mean, imagine if there are good Skrulls and bad Skrulls out there. How do you tell the difference?
John's saying they're going to do a Secret Invasion show on Disney Plus. Is it going to be a what if?
I doubt it would be a what if. It would be too deep for a what if episode.
I mean, I guess that's an interesting take. Instead of having it be over the course of, you know, several phases, you have it an actual TV show. It lets you kind of go more in depth on relationships and betrayals. Ah, we have Drax.
Well, Daniel, the Flash can't reset the timeline since the Flash is not Marvel. I think even Matthew knows
He's just that fast. the Flash is just that fast. She can reset Marvel's timeline. That'd be hilarious for the record if DC did something like that and everything was just, you know, slightly not the same, like Ferrite Man, Captain Neville.
You know, I would love
Black Lion.
Well, you know, Marvel and DC used to do crossovers in the comics, and they were fun. But unfortunately, since we're dealing with Warner Brothers and Disney, they'll never do it in the films. But it would be hilarious to do. Especially when you get characters that are played by the same actor in both universes.
Oh, like, wow. They had jump gates in their atmosphere.
Yeah.
I thought they were somewhat naturally occurring.
They were never really explained how the jump points work. They have yet to explain it in Marvel. At least not in the MCU.
I mean, I guess it makes more sense to be artificial. Yeah. But for some reason, I thought it was kind of like warp travel. You wouldn't just have it.
Yeah, I have no idea.
In your own atmosphere. Which, who would want that? Like, oh, hey, you know, at any time you could have an alien invasion fleet coming through right above your capital.
Yeah, it does seem like they're like naturally occurring because, them being in a planetary or planetary atmosphere, we saw that in Guardians 2. Like when Stan Lee was talking to the Watchers, we see them jumping into that planet's atmosphere in the background.
All right, all right. Also, now we finally see why Bree cut her hair. It was going out like a mohawk on her helmet.
Yeah, because the helmet does that. It's not her hair isn't a mohawk. The helmet just kind of forms and all her hair is pushed up.
Yeah. And that's got to be really uncomfortable. So I understand why she got the butch haircut.
No. I think that's still stupid. And yes, I saw the Eternals trailer, but it still doesn't make sense because they say that they can only get involved if deviants are involved, and Thanos is a deviant. So that still doesn't add up.
Well, they're trying to explain why we haven't seen them before.
Right, and they ask him in the trailer, why didn't you help against Thanos? And they say we can only get involved when there's deviants, but Thanos is a deviant.
They could just not answer that question at all. Like,
yeah.
I personally don't care. I'm like, oh no, why didn't Iron Man go get Captain America to help him against, who he thought was the Mandarin?
No,
because not every comic has to be a crossover.
Well, I like answers like when they when they were talking about removing the Infinity Stone from Vision, and Shuri says, "Well, why didn't you just make all the synapses work collectively?" And Bruce Banner's like, "Because we didn't think of it." That's like.
Oh no! I kind of wanted him to be the original.
Wow!
just be completely wrong. Ah, I see. That was the bullet that shot Kennedy. That too soon? That joke may have been too soon. John, doppelgangers! Now we know the real reason Michael wanted me to watch this.
Yes. Let's see.
Someone's using an aimbot.
And she said that when the Hulk brought back everyone and created enough energy, the awakening which the celestial is in the earth and awakened destroying earth. She said that when the Hulk brought back everyone, it created enough energy for the awakening which the celestial is in the earth. I don't remember that part of it, Daniel, but maybe you saw something I didn't. Do you have to overthink things all the time? Yes, that's what I do. Oh, look. Random other scene.
Ah, yes. The 90s. I remember all the female fighter pilots in the 90s. and the fighting they did against the male counterparts. Yes. There were news stories about it. Also, she actually needed to listen to that guy. She's complaining that the dad let her much older brother drive. I get they're trying to frame this as a sexist event, but it sounds like the little girl wasn't supposed to be on the course at all.
See, and again, the too emotional thing.
So we got like a 7-8-year-old kid. Cat.
I like the narration here.
Wow. We want you to look right at her chest and focus, okay? Just, nope. Do this scene again. I want you to look down and focus.
Well, he's trying to identify who she is.
It's too bad Tuvok wasn't the one guiding her meditation. But at some point, she set a piano on fire. That's what I just saw in those flashbacks.
What? She set a piano on fire. I didn't catch that.
Yeah, if you watch through it, there's a quick clip where there's an upright piano on the beach on fire.
I did not see that.
Yeah, everyone knows you just have to hit the computer when it's not working. I'm not hallucinating. I swear, if you look through it, there 100% was a grand piano.
I believe you. I'm not calling you a liar.
John's saying I'm hallucinating.
You might be. I don't know what hallucinogens are legal in Texas.
Just alcohol, I think. I mean, that's not really classified as a hallucinogen, and yet if you drink enough of it.
Yeah, but then again, I don't know for sure you're in Texas.
It's true, you only have my word to go on that.
Yeah. I'm beginning to think you might be in Oregon, where mushrooms are legal.
The word of Karogan.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of looks like Mega Man with the blasters.
Mm.
But Brie Larson, she is not a fast runner. Now, to be fair, I don't see her feet. Maybe she's in heels.
No, I think she's just not a fast runner.
Oh, good. One of them finally remembered you can attack multiple at once. Is there something in that brain? Never, Kronos.
She has fist condoms. Yes, she does.
Did she start with a nut shot? That's a low blow, man. Like, say, and that would have really gone on with the emotion thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just the whole, like we talked about the rewrite. If we had made it such that her things just went wild, and then right there, she was getting hit by everyone, and she got like annoyed and angry, and then everything just
Yeah.
That would have worked. And then you would have had a theme going on. It's just in this case, her losing control of her powers would have been beneficial.
Right. Well, and that's the problem. Yeah, her actually getting angry is the only reason she got out.
And then you could have had that moment there where like she was frustrated, like she was trying to fire off, but it was just making her flap around. And then she could have taken a breath, and then by focusing, calming down, shoot her way inside.
Right.
And then you could have had this whole, hey, you know what? You gotta get control of your emotions. And then they could have still had the ending where it turned out it was just this chippy thing interfering.
You know, Michael Burnham designed that. It's true.
The escape pod?
Yeah. 100% true. Yeah. So, right.
Yeah, between this... Oh, go on.
Well, I was going to say, right here, the problem is that... No, so she just fell from space through the roof of a blockbuster and survived. So at this point, my biggest problem with the movie is no point do I ever feel like she's in danger. She fell from...
And, you know, they did that same thing with Black Widow.
Right. There's no way anything is going to hurt her if she can literally survive falling from orbit. Because nothing's going to hurt her.
Yeah.
What are the Skrulls going to do? Punch her?
Like that's going to have more force than hitting the ground?
Right.
From space? The right stuff. One of the best recruitment videos ever made. Lady, I just saw you fall through the blockbuster roof. I am not paid enough for this. Yeah, I just saw you come out of the building I'm supposed to be protecting, and I'm pointing you to another building, which I'm 100% certain that guy watched her break into and rob.
Yeah.
He knows what's up. He's like, I'm not touching this one. Wow, his eyes have a zoom and enhance cliche built into them.
Well, they are aliens, so you got to give them a pass on that.
Yeah, she 100% robbed that Radio Shack. Mm-hmm. And then that guard just watched.
Oh, no, he called it in. But what was he going to do? He's not going to take her on.
Which just means the code I told you is meaningless.
Mm-hmm.
Like, for the rest of this movie, the idea of using identification code or believing this conversation going on right now makes no sense. She's almost cracked the secret of light speed travel. Now, in about 22 hours, we're going to get to a jump point which lets us travel faster than the speed of light.
Right, so, but you see, if they have light speed travel, then that 22 hours becomes irrelevant.
Or does it? I mean, just because you can go faster than the speed of light doesn't mean you're going jump speed fast.
No, but it means that you can get to a jump point almost instantaneously. No matter where you are.
A lot faster. Yeah. Oh, there you go. He did call it in. No, wait, that's the blockbuster. Never mind.
Right, but he called it in so that Shield is now on the scene. See? See?
Okay, there we go. Coulson doesn't look young enough right now.
Wow, way to be a jerk about the age.
I'm just saying, if you're going to de-age him this much, Coulson should be like a fresh intern. Now, we were talking about this the other day, but you're telling me that this is the Matrix guy, right?
Yeah, that's what I said.
I honestly can't think of any other movie that Samuel L. Jackson has been in off the top of my head, other than the Marvel stuff.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, maybe you think I'm just, I don't know, being fictitious or something, but it's just...
How about Pulp Fiction?
AKA my fictitious joke?
No, I don't think Matthew's ever seen the prequels.
Which prequel? Oh, the Star Wars prequels?
Which prequels?
I kind of fell asleep in them, to be honest. that opening Senate hearing, C-SPAN in space, I couldn't. I just nodded right off. See, that's why you should never trust someone who's nice old ladies. They're just scrolls.
Really? So you're saying that the little old lady that you ran into was a scroll?
No, I'm saying that anyone who's nice to little old ladies are actually scrolls.
Oh.
I never saw snakes on a plane, Kronos, no. That was a deliberate choice, however.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've never seen snakes on a plane.
I'd like to think that was a genuine moment and not like scripted. The blow the hair out of the face. That was nice. Now, how would she actually know if any of these people are squirrels? Except for this moment right here. But I mean, just the way she's walking through here. I would love to see something like this happen.
I know you would.
Like in real life. No, just some people, you know, have them dress up in old lady makeup and on an actual commuter train start doing this choreographed fight.
No, I think you would just like to punch somebody like that. You would.
No, John, I know that she saw the old lady. I'm saying if it weren't for the fact she saw the old lady, she's walking through here, how would she have otherwise identified the scroll at this point?
Well, that's what she was kind of looking to see if she could ID someone.
Oh, the cuts. The cuts. Like anytime I see too many cuts in a row like this, like when you cut from someone about to throw the punch to then landing the punch, to the person flying away to the person landing as like 6 different cuts, I'm like, how bad of a punch and a fall happened right there to need that many cuts?
Well, they do it because dramatic.
Oh, he looks a little bit younger in that shot. Now, this is actually pretty good. The fact that Fury couldn't just beat him off, since we see that the scrolls are pretty strong.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, you could make an argument for they take on the strength of the person they shapeshift into. We certainly see, in the comics at least, that they could copy the powers of the people they shifted into.
Yeah. Well, you see, Kronos, the problem there is that they did not have an ASS director like they did on the other movie. That's what they really needed. Because obviously people approved of the ASS director from the other movie. So that could have fixed a lot of problems from this movie.
That outfit is not doing her any favors on any front.
Yeah.
It's definitely, like, I kind of wonder if they intentionally made it more baggy, because it definitely looks kind of loose on her.
What would you do if that was the person next to you?
I think he made an appropriate response. But, like, I kind of wonder if they made it baggy because they wanted it to be a movie that was more feminine.
It could be.
No. There is no shield. Not at this point.
No,
They're still
Shield
working
was
on the
around.
name.
Oh, yeah.
No.
He should have said the Strategic Homeland Security, yeah.
Hey, Thomas.
Yeah, Thomas, he lied.
Now, to be fair, I never said I would do it. So I didn't lie. I was just a jerk. There's subtle differences.
And no, John, it had not been established because in Iron Man 1, they had not established the name S.H.I.E.L.D. until the end of the movie.
Yeah, I'm only talking about the name, not the organization.
Right. Because they said it was the Strategic Homeland Intervention and Logistics Logistics Division. And then at the and they kept saying, you need a better name, you need a better name. And then they finally said, just call it S.H.I.E.L.D. at the end. But they kept making a running gag of, they kept saying Strategic Homeland Intervention and Logistics Division.
I think there should have been some hindly holes on that mannequin. Ow. Thomas is saying I sent him a private message, you jerk. Did I really? What was it?
Wow. So.
Oh, that I would actually pause it. I don't think you can prove that. I mean, I didn't. Is this the guy that we see in Winter Soldier?
Where do you get this stuff from? Where do you get this?
It's all up here. Ranley makes contacts, and usually the wrong one. But
no, you do not see him in Winter Soldier.
It would have been a good callback. In fact, they should have. They should have had this be the guy who took over S.H.I.E.L.D. and Winter Soldier.
Yeah, but he wasn't cast until this movie.
Hey, Eastland, how you doing tonight?
So, Matthew, that was his first real major stupid moment.
Who, mine?
Yeah.
He's the bad guy in Ready Player One. You know, Thomas, I haven't watched that.
Really? You haven't seen Ready Player One? You do great watching that movie. Because you would, like, recognize everyone, but you would just put them all in the wrong movies.
And most people start seeing things after they've had a few drinks.
Not in this movie. And don't ask if you've seen him before. You haven't.
Have I seen this guy before? Yeah. His first name is Sam something or other.
Not him. You know, maybe you shouldn't be saying that all loud in front of the bartender.
You know, kind of like in Black Widow when they were at the gas station and they were making the joke about whipping your hair back and forth and doing the pose, and they're just literally doing all this things that they didn't want other people to know right in front of someone who they didn't want to know any of their stuff.
Yeah.
I'd have a hard time remembering the name of my first pet. I'd have to try and think of which one was technically the first one. And all this actually proves is that someone could think quickly on their feet.
Right.
He could be lying just very organically. She has no idea. She doesn't know this stuff.
Right.
I'm pretty sure you're an alien. Yeah, you're definitely an alien. Human beings can't do that.
So you should say, and how the heck how am I supposed to know that? You know, he just accepts that.
I don't know, John. I still think, I think that the level of intelligence they dropped Natasha to in that movie was pretty bad. Like, she used to be one of the best super spies, and in this movie, she was like, it was like watching Rogers try and be a spy.
See, once again, you're like Nick, I like Samuel L. Jackson in this, but he's like, yeah, you got a personal stake in this. It's personal for you. Like she's not being all emotional.
Mm-hmm.
You know, everybody's acting like she's just off the rails, but she's not.
Yeah. He needs to be more angry in this movie to justify the Fury name. Like, right now, I'd just call him Nick Levelheaded.
Nick Levelheaded.
It's not that cool of a nickname, but it's pretty accurate. And John, yeah, it is harsh what I'm saying about Natasha, but like, she was so abnormal in her movie.
And
like,
Kronos,
she's so guilty about all the people she killed.
Yeah, and I don't hate this movie either, Kronos. The point of this, that's why I showed Matthew such a bad movie before this, was to show him what a really bad feminist movie is, followed by what I think is a good feminist movie. And Thomas thinks Kronos is woke.
For not hating this movie, obviously.
Mm-hmm. That's a TV show, by the way.
An overweight, white, older security guard. They should have known better than to trust him.
State-of-the-art two-way pager.
Did you have... Surely you had to have a pager for the tech support stuff you did back in the day.
Oh yeah. Well, I actually had a pager back when I was a restaurant manager. So before that.
I can't remember what job I had to have it for, but one of my jobs required me to have a pager. I thought, this is the dumbest thing I've ever had to have at this point in like where technology was.
Yeah. Electronic leash, that's what we called it. And that is not how biometrics work. Just
I'd love to see someone just do a YouTube video showing how that is so not possible. Like find the cheapest piece of junk thumbprint scanner, like one of the $5 USB ones. Ones that should be like super easy to bypass. I know, I think blasting a hole in the door really ruins the whole stealth concept there.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, you'd think that photon blast would be pretty loud.
True.
Like blowing a hole.
Do we ever find out? Do we find out why the guards immediately locked them up instead of doing anything with them?
Well,
you know, honestly, if I saw this and I was some sort of X-Files type secret agency guy, I definitely wouldn't have thought cuckoo either. I would have thought secret code, secret language. Like, oh hey, this is a Tolkien type person. They've made up their own language. That's pretty impressive. Okay. I think that actually works out for what we see of the way the kid ages up later on.
so yeah, so think about it. Two people show up to a top secret classified location asking for someone who's been dead for 6 years. Does Matthew know he's not Captain Sisko? That's not Captain Sisko they're dealing with? Yeah, I don't know.
What?
Yeah, this is not a Deep Space Nine time travel episode.
Oh good, she got her communicator working again. That's the name of the movie.
Yeah. And no, Colonel, sorry, I'm not ignoring you.
A double cross?
Nicholas. Remember what he said?
I do. He said he didn't have kids.
You emotional woman.
Like here is a moment where she was starting to get quasi-emotional.
Yeah, but in this particular case, for good reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure nobody is to be trusted in this movie.
So that kind of means that Nick let himself get locked up. Just pull a fast one here. Nick Fury, the whole being locked up and not getting the welcome wagon, it was all a facade.
No. He just found out his boss is. He just figured out his boss is a Skrull, so that's why.
See, what was the whole thing right here? That he came up, and then like called in all the SHIELD agents and came back in with them.
Right.
I'm not following this.
Yeah.
Like,
so
they come to a SHIELD facility.
Right, but Nick went when he went to meet his boss, he tricked his boss by mentioning their ops in Havana when they never went to Havana.
No, I got all that part,
right,
yeah.
Right. So he got off on a different floor, and now he's trying to get Veers out.
My confusion was he came to this facility and got put into the security guy's office, and they locked him up there.
Right. Because they were going in legit. He didn't think that they were going to lock him up.
But then he was able to call in a bunch of SHIELD agents.
With his pager.
To come into the... Okay.
This is not a SHIELD facility. This is just an Air Force facility.
Okay. I guess it's kind of weird that the SHIELD agents are able to infiltrate.
He used his SHIELD credentials to get onto an Air Force facility, but the Air Force guard locked him up because he was asking to talk to someone who had died 6 years ago on a top secret project. Got it?
Yeah, I do. It's It just kind of makes no sense that they let him onto the base at all just to lock him up.
And Kronos said, it's okay. You don't have to be sorry for stealing my popcorn. I'll forgive you. And I know Thomas Matthews just hopelessly lost.
And then it doesn't make sense that all the SHIELD agents could get right back in. Kronos, Wakanda forever!
And they became best friends ever since. Really? She called home too, you know.
I thought she watched him use the pager. I get that, John. They let him on the base, they lock him up because of suspicious questions, but then they also immediately let on all the other... Or are they saying that these aren't actually
because
SHIELD agents here?
Remember, the Skrull is being the director of SHIELD. Nick Fury is not the director of SHIELD. He's just an agent in this.
Yeah, but how did all the SHIELD agents get onto the base?
Because they're under the director. The director is a Skrull, and he told everybody to take him in. Because they're following orders. Because he is a Skrull who is impersonating the boss, and he's telling everybody to bring in Veers and Fury.
Okay.
It would be like if a Skrull was impersonating my wife and then she told me to arrest you, I would arrest you.
All right, all right, all right. That makes sense.
Maria Rambeau, Monica Rambeau's mother. Monica Rambeau, the real Captain Marvel, who was in...
Not anymore.
But,
now she's Photon.
Yeah, but she was in WandaVision as an adult.
Yeah.
So...
But see, he didn't sell you out to the Skrulls. Not really. Like, that was coincidental.
If you haven't seen WandaVision, you should check it out. Where you get to see the origin of Photon.
It's a quite decent show. I enjoyed it.
Unfortunately, she should be Captain Marvel, not Photon, but that's a personal grudge that I have. But if you haven't seen anything after Endgame, you're missing a lot of good content. I ain't lying, man.
Like, all the Marvel stuff, was it WandaVision, Captain America and Winter Soldier, and Loki, all great shows.
Yeah.
They might have a little problem sticking the landing, but it's still very, very well done.
Yeah. And there is Baby Photon.
She should be in the 12 to 14 range at this point. Maybe. Kind of looks more like she's maybe 10. That sounds like a dirty thing someone might say.
Wow, dude.
What is a photon? A particle of light? Kronos wants to know.
Yeah, a photon is a particle of light.
But in this case, photon is also the name that she's given herself as a superhero.
Right. Well, which actually is because her powers are light-based. Photon can transform her body into light. And she can also fire light beams. And this movie still doesn't explain why she doesn't like Captain Marvel. Who doesn't like Captain Marvel?
I think he's talking about Photon.
Oh.
And John, when I'm talking about the ages, I'm talking about just the age of the girl we see in the flashback before Larson went missing. And then what we see the age of the kid now. Like in the flashback, she looked to be 6 to 8. Now she looks to be more like 10 or 11. It's a minor thing. I mean, maybe
in WandaVision, you're saying in WandaVision, Monica has a grudge against... Well, I think that's something that is saved for future film or TV show.
Was it really a grudge, or is it just that she didn't want to talk about her?
Right. She just didn't want to talk about it. When maybe that's something they'll say for like Captain Marvel 2 or the Marvels, I think is what they're calling it, right? So, but yeah, her not wanting to talk about it doesn't necessarily mean she doesn't like her. It just means she doesn't want to talk about it. And notice, by the way, and I don't know if you were paying attention, Matthew, because I know you hate girl stuff here, but they were actually explaining their whole thing about being pilots, that they were not combat pilots.
Right.
You know, because they couldn't be combat pilots because it was the 90s.
Yeah, your dad was just the worst.
Yeah.
He wouldn't let you ride go-karts when you were too young to be riding them. Ugh. Sexist pig.
Now, the problem is the go-kart thing is going to come up again later. And it's supposed to be this inspirational moment. And it kind of works and it kind of doesn't, because the problem is that it's never really addressed as to why it's a problem that he was yelling at her. Like you said, in the scene, in the context of what they showed, he was right. The way she was driving the cart, she didn't know what she was doing. Her brother was older, obviously more experienced, blah, blah, blah. But in the scene later in this movie, they kind of show that, no, she's the brave girl that's going to continue to try, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. And, you know, when your kids get hurt, I understand that you yell because you got scared, kind of thing. Like, oh, wow, my kid almost died. I'm worked up right now, and my first response is to yell once I know that they're okay.
Kronos, as far as feeling better, worse, it kind of comes and goes the moment. I'm not doing anything, so I'm feeling okay. I'm kind of sore, but I'm all right.
I'd go for a milkshake. You know, without context, there's another sentence that sounds wrong.
Last time we talked, I was hanging from my ankles.
Someone finds easy offense. How dare you call me young lady? I'm like 105. Yeah, sure. You're young. Sorry, kid.
Yeah, alien. And to be fair, like my mother-in-law when she was still alive, uh, man, a car dealer once made the mistake of calling her young lady. Yeah, you do not want call the wrong black woman young lady, and that is a big mistake. So, that was a very.
Now, to be fair, was your mother-in-law anywhere near being a young lady at that time?
She was in her 40s.
Okay, okay.
He had a very bad day after that.
I mean, that's fair on that one. Like once you're up to 40, young lady can be a little
Well, it's considered to be very
pandering-ish.
condescending, and so
Yeah. But like if you had
especially if you're an educated person, if you're a person who considers himself a professional, and you expect to be, she expects to be called ma'am, you know. And so, young lady, and it's not that it's not you're not calling her young lady because you think she's beautiful. It's like you're calling her young lady because you're trying to establish that you are older and more experienced.
yeah.
And yeah, I know, Thomas, you will never call me young sir.
Oh, good. They landed on water. That's very soft.
Yeah, I love how movies do that. But Harry's a regular on the live streams, and he always calls me young man and throws in a couple of dollars super chat. I love it because he's significantly older than me, and so he calls me youngster a lot of the time, and I love it.
I see that works though.
Yeah,
When you have an actual significant age difference,
right. He is my elder, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, John, wouldn't necessarily turn my nose up to it if someone called me young man. If a 20-year-old said, "Well, young man," then I would get a little annoyed. I did actually have a coworker once who didn't call me young man, but did say, "Well, when you're older, you'll understand," which is kind of the same thing.
Right.
Which was complete crap also because like he was wrong about everything he was saying. Ah, yes. Smoke Man. If only she was doing something outrageously emotional at this moment.
Yeah, no.
Instead of being calm and collected in what she was doing. Nice shot. Like visual effects.
Yeah, it actually is a pretty cool effect. And that is how she got her powers in the comics.
Who? Carol or Monica?
Carol.
What was I saying, Thomas? Talking about myself?
You do that a lot.
Hold your fire, young lady.
Yeah.
You emotional woman.
Yeah, exactly. Control yourself.
We're just gonna yada yada past how we were able to touch her without getting zapped, and here we are.
But think about like kind of like if you were to say, "Come back here, young man," like you would to a child.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have an entire group of people in your society called accusers. Think about that for a minute, you know.
Night, Cinnabon.
Have a good one, Cinnamon. Hey, Kronos, I shared a lot of popcorn, man. See, look, I got like no popcorn left because of you, buddy. You ate like half my popcorn.
Now, to be fair, I mean, it's true that he lied to her, but there's no proof that, like, anything he's saying is true.
Well, actually, he just showed her the evidence, the black box recording.
All the black box recording does is shows that whatever his name, her boss, was lying to her.
No, it indicated that Lawson, that everything that basically, that Lawson was a Cree, that Lawson was trying to develop the Lightspeed engine, and that there's a good chance that she was killed by her fellow Cree. Hear those cicadas in the background. You can tell they're in the south.
I didn't even notice it because it's a natural part of my summer life.
Yeah, that little Mary Sue moment was a bit much there. Oh, you're just the best woman ever. And that's the thing. Honestly, this is not a bad movie, but it could use a little bit of a rewrite with some of those scenes where they get a little heavy-handed.
Yeah. Yeah, duh. Alien from the future who has space travel. I think they're aware of this. Seriously? I think that's the most offensive line of this entire movie.
Well, it was an experimental thing. Yeah.
No, the fact that the nerd guy was all, well, with a couple modifications to your ship, I could totally do it.
Well, they are space aliens.
Yeah, but I mean, they can't even figure out basic physics. Weren't you listening a second ago? How dare you be a good mom? You need to put me in the hands of a babysitter and go out and, risk your life.
Although, on the flip side, this is the opportunity of a lifetime.
Oh, yeah, it absolutely is. Just the comment of like, you'd be a bad example of being for me if you're just a good mom who made sure that I, had someone to care for me, since you don't see a dad up in this family. The Simpsons had a similar episode like this where Lisa wanted to go to this really impressive private school, and she found out later on that Marge was doing laundry so she could be on like a subsidized scholarship thing. And Lisa was incredibly offended that that's what her mom had done. Like, oh, I wouldn't ever want to grow up to be someone who would sacrifice themselves for my child, like a good mom. Just the whole concept of any woman who chooses motherhood is setting a bad example for children. Like, it pisses me off.
I understand that, but I don't think that was what she was saying. I think that it was just more the fact that, come on, Mom, this is like the ultimate opportunity. You're passing up an opportunity to go to space and save the world. Come on.
Hey, he did learn it. Good for him. I wonder if she actually knew that.
John says, I can agree with that.
I think about the Flurkins being the best in the movie. So Ronan the Accuser, is he actually a Kree?
Yes,
he's all blue face. He's all blue face.
Yes, the Kree are normally blue.
So why isn't
Jude Law? I don't
Captain
know.
guy?
I don't know. And notice, I mean, because remember, they showed her blood is blue.
Yeah.
That is exactly the reaction I would have. He's like, come on.
No, it's not.
We're about to die.
It's a vacuum. There is no turbulence. Yes, Thomas, I know. That's why I'm asking, like, why is he blue, but Jude Law isn't? And neither, well, the Supreme Intelligence would just be whatever you saw. Never mind on that one. But, like,
Yeah.
none of the Kree look like.
Well, most
how
of the
we
Kree
see
are
them.
blue. Did you notice that most of the Kree are blue? But
I didn't, because they're all
right.
dolled up.
The only Kree that we've seen that are not blue are Jude Law, Jaimin, and Captain Marvel here. But Captain
Because
Marvel,
it makes sense that she, yeah.
Captain Marvel started as a human.
So maybe what we're just finding out here is that Jude isn't even Kree.
That's possible. I don't know. Yeah. And why is Jaimin? Well, maybe because black Kree are still black. I don't know. There's no explanation that I know of. But as far as Ronan the Accuser, that shade of blue is normal for a Kree.
Yes, Mephisto, that's what I'm saying. Blue face is racist. Yes.
So you're saying that only blue-faced actors should play Kree?
Exactly. You may say that's going to make things difficult, but I say that's just giving all the blue-faced people out there.
Now, if only Jaron Wagner were
deserve.
here right now, he could probably answer the mystery of the Kree.
He probably could.
Yeah. I don't know if there is a definitive answer as to why, but why it is that most Kree are blue, but a few of them are apparently Caucasian and black. But yeah, only Andorians should play Kree.
Exactly. Only Andorians should play Kree. Just have to tape down the antenna. Or wear like a hat.
Oh, they had Kree and Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., did they? I didn't watch the show all the way through, so I don't know. Were they blue?
Abadi Abadai.
What?
I'm blue, Abadi Abadai.
Okay.
My Elohi, my Eloha, my Eloha.
What?
I live in a blue house. It has a blue window. Blue is the.
I have no idea what you.
If you don't recognize the song at this point, there's no.
You're nuts.
A minute. You've been missing longer than. Who have you been with? This one's not mine.
See?
Hell, because she has a different color scheme.
Yeah. So they are blue on Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Cool. I like that line.
I have literally killed thousands of innocent people.
In fact, I think I killed your parents.
I mean, you're not wrong. We were terrorists. So some Kree or some Skrull just can't talk?
I guess so. Abusing a cat? Oh. So Skrull pointed ears and the enemies of the Blue Kree. Yes. That is all. That's nothing new.
Look at her being so incredibly emotional in this scene.
Yes.
She's out of control.
And yes, Thomas, that is the same black guy at Guardians of the Galaxy. He's playing the same part. He's a Kree in that as well, but good song. I mentioned I played with them.
Did you really?
Yeah, Nirvana.
Did they know that you were playing with them?
Well, I didn't actually I played in a band called Palsy Slut at a club called Satyricon the same night that Nirvana played.
Cool.
Yeah. This was before, Nevermind came out, before they were well known.
If only we had seen that throughout this movie.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Kronos, honestly, the fact that they had the Nirvana song at the beginning of Black Widow down to like this really wishy-washy female vocalist, it definitely set me off on a bad taste.
If you're gonna play Nirvana, play Nirvana.
Yeah, or at least have someone doing a good cover of it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she's right, but I feel like she's making a huge logical leap here.
What?
Because she's found one group of people who weren't bad. The idea that all of them are just, they're just fighting for a home.
See, this is where I was talking about earlier. So they're showing her failing again. And the problem is that that's not what this movie's been about. They're just showing you the same flashback they showed you earlier.
At the same time, like half those things were stuff where she was being reckless.
Right. And it's like, yeah, I did stupid things. And then I did stupid things some more. Because I'm stupid. You know?
I couldn't meet the basic PT requirements of the Air Force. That's sexism. What? What?
Ooh. My name is Phil.
No, wait, hold on. That's my birth city, Philadelphia. Excuse me. It is, flip that over, Carol. There we go.
So, in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Kree altered humans to turn them into soldiers. Okay, well, maybe that's what Jude is then.
Oh, there's another white one on the right-hand side.
Okay, I didn't see him.
Yeah, see, this is one of those things where they let messaging get in the way of plot.
Right.
And the plot of the movie has been she overcomes, like, she gets back up when she's down. But they're trying to make the plot about, like, you know, or they've been trying to say you're too emotional, but that's not what we actually see happen. Yeah. They want the message to be she's being held down by people saying she's too emotional, but then they also want the message to be like, oh, she gets up when she's knocked down. Like, it's a complete mismatch.
Right. Which is too bad because it's a well-made movie. Visually, it's stunning. You know, and if you've seen Brie Larson in other movies, she can act. You know, so it's not like she's incapable of delivering a good performance.
Now, how did Fury know not to touch the Tesseract?
Well, that's okay. They got a flirkin.
Did we ever get explanation for the timeline on the Tesseract as to why it's up here in the first place?
Well, it was in the possession. Remember, Howard Stark fished it out of the ocean. The Air Force was working with it. That's where Larson had it. Larson took it up here to her lab. Now Fury takes it back down, and they have it in Selvig's lab after this. So there's really not a problem with the Tesseract.
It's okay. Fury has a more dangerous weapon than a gun.
Yep. Yeah, you don't want to mess with the flirkin.
I see we're on the nose portion of the movie.
Yes, with the musical choice there.
Yeah. And see, this could also be a well done moment in that, you know, we see that she's coming to grips with being high emotions at the same time. Her power's wildly out of control, and as she slowly gains control of who she is and focuses her powers, Not the pinball machine. Poor Jackson. Every time I see him running, I feel so sorry for him.
See, the cat could tell.
Hi diddly ho, hi diddly ho, hi diddly ho, hi diddly ho.
Like I would have loved to see him use those in the fight at the beginning.
Kruger $1.
And that's why she was using her powers
Once you control
too.
the ship,
Is he supposed to teach her how to use her powers?
Genesis from their own memory banks.
See, and I think a problem here, and by the way, thank you, Commander Krug donated $1 and said, "We are Klingons! Once you control the ship, we will transfer our flag there and take Genesis from their own memory banks." I do think that we have now that Carol has kind of reached her quote-unquote potential, she's just invincible. And so, everything at this point is just, she just wins. And so
that is annoying, Kronos.
So it's like, no matter what weapon anybody comes up with, no matter what, she's going to win. It's the Superman complex. And don't get me wrong, so this is not a unique problem to Captain Marvel. It's the same problem Superman has, the same problem that all these godlike heroes have, is that no matter what they throw at her, she's just going to overcome it. Because she's just too powerful. There is nothing that can hurt her, and there is nothing that can withstand her full force attack. I mean, think about it. She took a headbutt from Thanos. Like it was nothing.
Right.
The only thing that really knocked her for a loop was a punch from Thanos with the Power Stone.
Or headbutt.
No, the headbutt didn't do anything to her. It was a punch from Thanos with the Power Stone that sent her flying. Now, he was able to grab her and throw her, but the headbutt did nothing, didn't penetrate her shield or whatever. So as far as actually hurting her, really nothing is going to hurt her.
All right.
Which makes for a boring hero. And I'm thankful that in Endgame she just wasn't there very much. Oh no, she might fall from orbit again. We've never seen her fall.
This is so dangerous.
Yeah, it's so dangerous. She might hit the ground again.
If only we could have had a moment where she was panicking and scared, and
right.
Then she forced herself to calm down and went Super Saiyan.
But now this part here, where where Photon, because that's her call sign. I don't know if you caught that, which is where Monica gets her name.
All right.
But, that actually has some tension. This is just her being a hell of a pilot.
Yeah. And John, I thought the same thing, just like Beggar's Canyon back home.
Yay, I have God mode.
Well, I mean, if you recall, at the end of Iron Man, the first one, Tony went all God mode, and definitely didn't have anything like a power indicator warning him that he was using too much and had to tone it down. He was just able to go nonstop. Right. So we have precedence for this.
Yeah, all the MCU movies, the hero just goes completely bonkers and is completely invincible at the end. Never in an MCU film is the hero struggling at the end.
But how would you show her overusing her power at this point?
You can't. She's ill-defined as a concept. That's the problem. A character like her, and it's the same problem with Superman. That's why you have to, with Superman you have to use something stupid like kryptonite. With these types of characters, you have to either completely overpower her, or you have to have her completely overpower you. There's nothing in between.
Yeah, like if you were to visually change this, how's something you could do to be like, oh hey, she's weakening. Iron Man had his power.
You need
indicator.
You need to remove some of her powers. Like when you look at her power set, what we have here is she has complete indestructibility, unlimited flight, and including survivability in space, and ranged combat with her photon blasts. So what I would probably do is take away the indestructibility. I would make it so she'd still have her photon blast, she would still have her flight, but she is no tougher than you or me. Which means, and so her suit might be somewhat armored, so like she might be able to, like say the equivalent of Kevlar or whatever.
Yeah.
But she would not, she would not be able to tank nukes like she is right now. You punch her in the face and she's going to have a bruised face.
Right. Wait. I'll have to rewatch that scene later on, but it looked like 3 ships jumped in at the beginning. She blew up one of them, and then 3 ships jumped out.
No, she just blew up their missiles, didn't she? Did she actually blow up one of the ships? I didn't notice.
Yeah, she went straight through it.
Okay. I wasn't paying close attention to the number of ships, so.
I mean, maybe 4 jumped in, and I wasn't paying close enough attention.
All right. You ready?
Now imagine if they had the first fight with him using this little arm thing and her using her powers.
Right. So this was like a rematch.
And then you could actually have something where it looks like she's going to be overly emotional and unable to control her powers, but now she's actually able to like take that emotion and ramp up her powers and still keep it in check.
I gotta admit, that was a good moment.
It does make me laugh, yeah. I mean, the way they wrote it, her character arc now is as flat as Darren's Earth.
Oh, dang. That was a burn. It's about as flat as her butt is right there.
Ooh.
They need an ASS director right there.
See, now if they do Secret Invasion and actually have the Kree be bad guys, or Skrull, excuse me, the Skrull be bad guys, it ends the momentum of this movie. It makes it pointless.
And that is how Nick Fury lost his eye.
That's pretty stupid.
Yeah, that's the worst moment of the movie right there.
The last time he trusted someone, he lost an eye.
Right.
Or cost him an eye. Oh, the daughter. That's who shows up at the end of WandaVision, isn't it?
Yeah, what? I told you that earlier.
No, not Proton. The green, the Skrull daughter.
Oh, you think? Oh, I wonder. Oh, that could be. Yeah. I didn't even think about that, but you're probably right. Since they're buddies.
Is it two words? I think it's one word with a hyphen.
And yes, Thomas, she actually did kind of smile.
I know that song.
If you say, don't even try to guess what band it was, please.
Well, he just said it was the Marvelettes. I assume he's not lying to me.
But you know, New York getting invaded by aliens is not an emergency. Just so you know.
They had the Avengers. He knew they had it covered.
Now, what they
And Thanos.
What they should
Thanos
do
ending
is
half the life. That wasn't an emergency either.
No. He did use it then. At the end of Avengers Infinity War, he texted her. Hey, never trust cats. You should, however, love them. Welcome, Yosef. Good to see you. Hope things are going
Thomas,
well in the future.
Thomas, no. Captain Marvel did not fight her doppelganger.
Yeah, see?
And a movie full of doppelgangers, somehow she didn't end
a
up
movie
fighting her
with an entire
doppelganger.
race of doppelgangers, and Captain Marvel did not fight her doppelganger. That is amazing.
He who controls the spice controls the universe.
Never trust cats. You should, however, love them.
Well, John, we all know that my usage of the word doppelganger is incorrect. But I will still say that too often the first entry of a Marvel movie involves them fighting an evil version of themselves. And it is nice that this one didn't do that. So why did she actually need to do this? Why did she need to go with them to...
She's trying to help them find a world.
I think Coulson should have mentioned Cap at this point.
Well, they haven't found him on ice yet.
I know, but he was such a huge Cap fan.
Yeah.
Is he like, what, you think we find more like her? Maybe a picture. Captain America type?
Did you see the picture?
Yeah, the Avengers.
So it was originally going to be the Protectors. Which actually makes more sense if you think about it. Because if their job is to protect Earth, not to avenge Earth.
Yeah.
Because to avenge would indicate Earth was destroyed. So Avengers sounds cooler, but Protectors would be actually a better job for them.
Yeah, I mean, I know he called it the Avenger Initiative from the beginning, but honestly, having Tony Stark just come up with it on the fly of, well, we may not be able to stop you, but we'll certainly be able to avenge you. That's a more organic way to come up with. It was to that tune.
No, we may not be able to stop you, but we'll be able to avenge you. That doesn't even make sense.
It was to that tune.
No, he said, we may not, maybe we won't be able to stop you, but if we can't save the Earth, you can bet we'll avenge it.
I got pretty close to the quote.
No, if we can't stop you, we'll avenge you? That doesn't make sense.
It was close. But the point is, that would have been a more organic way to come up with the name Avengers than just, oh, it's the Avenger Initiative.
Right. And Kronos, I don't hate this movie, and so I want that clear. I actually, I don't think Marvel's made a single bad movie. And I include this in that. And I've defended this movie much to the chagrin of many in the fandom menace. But I think this movie has its problems, which we've talked about a few of them. It could stand a rewrite because they keep talking about how Carol has this emotional problem that she clearly doesn't have. Because they keep talking about how, oh, you're out of control, when she's very stoic as a character. And then we have, here's the scene. Remember where they used the pager at the end of Infinity War?
Yeah, when Nick got dusted.
Yeah.
Hey, Rhodey. That look Natasha just gave was the look of, I can't believe this girl got a movie before I did.
And that scene was nowhere to be seen in Avengers Endgame. Now there is another post-credit scene, so
Kruger $1.
hang tight for
Admiral Kirk, this is your
Ah,
opponent
yes,
speaking.
and a classic
Not lecture me about treaty violations.
super chat. Thank
the
you so much,
Federation,
Commander
in
Krug,
creating an ultimate weapon,
who
has become a
says,
gang of intergalactic
Admiral
criminals.
Kirk, this
It
is your
not I who will
opponent speaking.
surrender. It is you.
Do not lecture me about treaty violations. The Federation, in creating an ultimate weapon, has become a gang of intergalactic criminals. It is not I who will surrender, it is you. And so on and so forth. So yeah. And Kronos says, please play Endgame next. Well, you see, but that would violate the rule, Kronos, because I only play movies here that Matthew has not seen. And as far as I know, Matthew has seen Endgame.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So, but Matthew has not, before today, seen Captain Marvel or the incredible, the absolute masterpiece that is Lady Terminator.
Yeah. Most of that sentence was correct. I have not seen Captain Marvel or Lady Terminator.
Yes. And so yeah, and you know, at least Lady Terminator didn't have any crazy off the wall statements that were blatantly incorrect, like, why are you being so emotional when they're not being emotional?
So I deliberately didn't watch this one for the longest time because I wanted to be far removed from all the hate hype.
Right.
And I gotta say, I'm glad I did, because this wasn't a bad movie.
No, it wasn't bad at all. Like I said, it suffered from Brie Larson phobia, because there were a lot of people that hated on Brie, because I understand Brie is kind of toxic in her own way, and I get that. And then you had the fact that, yes, it is, you know, Captain Marvel is in and of herself a feminist character. And so that can push people the wrong way as well. And so,
Kruger $1.
and then for
Admiral
some
Kirk,
reason, I got
this
the
is your
exact
opponent
same
speaking.
Krug.
Don't not lecture me about treaty
Super chat.
violations. The Federation, in creating an ultimate weapon,
The
has become a gang of
Commander Krug
intergalactic
about
criminals.
the
It is not I who
the
will
Federation
surrender.
becoming
It is
a
you.
gang of intergalactic criminals again. I don't know why Krug did that twice, but thank you, Krug. I think hope you're okay, buddy. But now does that mean you've now seen all the MCU films?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're caught up on MCU, but on the DC side, you're kind of sporadic.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I watched all of Aquaman. I remember how bad the CGI on their heads looked. They're underwater.
All right. But now you've seen Shazam, thanks to me.
Shazam, yeah. And I've seen Man of Steel. I think those are the only three.
Wow, really?
Yeah. I think so. Let me...
So you haven't seen Batman v Superman.
Definitely haven't seen that one.
You haven't seen Wonder Woman.
Definitely have not seen Wonder Woman.
You haven't seen Wonder Woman 84, I presume, then. I haven't seen that one yet. Then
I'm going to watch that one second.
And then there's Justice League.
I haven't seen that one.
And then there's, of course,
Suicide Squad. I have watched Suicide Squad.
And then what about The Suicide Squad?
I did.
You watched The
Wasn't
Suicide
impressed.
Squad? The new one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Have you seen it?
Yeah. I thought it was better than the first Suicide Squad. For what it's worth. I still like the main continuity stuff better. Batman v Superman, Justice League, Wonder Woman to a lesser extent, but I still haven't watched Wonder Woman 1984. I did like Shazam. That one is just so much fun, which you got to experience that. Which, by the way, Black Adam has wrapped up filming now, which is the sequel to Shazam.
Yeah.
So I'm very excited about with Dwayne Johnson. Have you seen Dwayne Johnson? How much he pumped up for that?
I have not. No.
Yes, Dwayne Johnson.
He pumped up.
He pumped up to be Black Adam. I mean, I know that sounds insane, but yes. So yeah. I'm pretty sure that he is now legally considered superhuman. Anyway, but yeah, with this movie, yeah, I think that they needed to make her more emotional if they were going to make the emotions a theme. Kind of tone down the you're a silly woman stuff, because that was just a little too on the nose. We get it, and you don't have to constantly beat us up over the head with it, because the more you do that, the more you get people to kind of go, oh, come on. Like one or two reference, like I was fine with, in fact, I would probably just stick with the Air Force part. Make it about that. And you don't have to make it that her dad was a dick, and that just basically they made it so that in every phase of her life everybody hated her because she was a girl, right?
Every man hated her,
right, because
she was a girl.
Just make it about the Air Force thing, because for a woman to become a pilot in the Air Force was a massive achievement in the late 80s, early 90s, even for a non-combat role.
Right.
So just make it that. Oh, and here you go. You ready for this?
Yep.
All right, pay close attention.
Nice monitor. Ah, there we go. Larkin. I remember this Flarkin. He played so many prominent roles throughout the MCU. And there we go. There's the scene.
So there you go. That is how it ends. That's how the Tesseract gets back to Earth, with a cosmic hairball.
So honestly, the focusing on just the Air Force, I do think that would have made more sense. But honestly, I feel like they needed to pick a lane. Like, what do you want your movie to be about?
Right.
You want it to be about she's overly emotional, and as part of those overly emotional things, or she gets overly emotional specifically because guys are like always pushing her down. But having it be this weird, I never give up / guys are always pushing me down, and over here, completely unrelated to anything else, everyone's telling me I'm too emotional. I've got to learn to overcome these emotions. It's like your two messages never had an intersection point.
They're trying, yeah, they're just trying to make it so that like everything that every possible patriarchal, misogynistic, thing that you could possibly come up with is what she's had to deal with. And I think that drags it down a bit, because she's, hey, she shoots photon blasts, can fly and all that. You don't need to also give her every female tragedy.
Yeah.
I'm halfway surprised she wasn't raped at some point. It's really, I mean, her dad was borderline abusive. But come on, really? It was,
and maybe they need to pay more attention to those scenes. Maybe the fact that all they did was a quick, oh, we're gonna push you down.
right. Well, that's why I say tone it down to just like, that's why I said like maybe focus in on the Air Force thing, because I think that's the most compelling of them, and just do that, but do it more. You know, so like they did the drill sergeant and the rope swing. And then the one guy saying, you know why they call it a cockpit, right? And that was pretty much it, right? So instead of that, get rid of the go-kart scene and the baseball scene and all that crap, and just do stuff when they were trying to get into the pilot training program. And so that we can really get a feeling of how rough it was for them as two women trying to get into what was truly a man's world. And so that they can, really show it. Because you know what? A girl trying to compete with her big brother on go-karts, not compelling to me. But a woman trying to get into the Air Force as a test pilot, that can be compelling. And
it was definitely not compelling because they gave us no setup for it.
Right. And like you
what
said,
is going on
here? It was
here?
actually good advice that her dad was like, what are you doing? You took that curve too fast. You don't.
The brother said, you're going too fast. The dad said, you don't belong out there because, like, legally, I grew up in the 90s too. I wasn't allowed on, we had a putt-putt. I'm not sure if you had a mini golf course. And they also had go-karts, and you had to be a certain age. And if you weren't that age, you weren't allowed on it. And it looked like she wasn't that age.
And Robert, I would like to see the Super Skrull show up in the near future. And so the Super Skrull is, just so you know, Matthew, is a genetically engineered Skrull that can not only imitate appearance, but can imitate superpowers. And so basically, if a Super Skrull imitates Thor, it can actually shoot lightning in the whole 9 yards. And so basically Super Skrulls, and the Super Skrull actually fought the Fantastic Four. And it was genetically engineered specifically to fight the Fantastic Four because it can actually wield the entire arsenal of the Fantastic Four's powers all at once. And so it has the strength of the Thing, the elasticity of Mr. Fantastic, the invisibility of the Invisible Woman, and the flame of the Human Torch all at once. And it's like, how do you fight that? So plus it can change shape and disguise itself as pretty much anything. So
yeah.
No, the Dead Sea Scrolls, haven't seen those yet. I don't think they've shown up, but I do think we're going to get evil Skrulls eventually, because keep in mind, and I know that, these Skrulls, I really do like them. And I would not be surprised if we end up with, seeing factions of Skrulls, that there are good Skrulls and bad Skrulls. And the problem is that it'll become extraordinarily difficult to tell the difference. And, and so how do you know if a Skrull is good or bad? Well, the only way you'll know is through their actions. And and they're saying, well, hey, you do a DNA test, guess what? It comes back with whoever they're imitating. So you can't do DNA tests. The Skrulls absorb the short-term memories of the person that they're imitating. So that becomes difficult. They're very tough to crack. And so the Skrulls are dangerous. They're the best spies there are. And
talking about focusing just on the Air Force aspect, they could have had it where she was causing her own problems because the guys would taunt her.
And that's where the emotionalism comes from.
She would rise to their taunting. And you could even have like a moment where someone who wasn't just a complete male jerk pulled her aside and like, look, you can't respond to their provocations. You have to control yourself because it's not fair, but you have to hold yourself to a higher standard because it is unfair.
Yeah, you have to be better than them. And you could make that a reoccurring theme throughout. And so like when you and then when she fights Jude in like their sparring and they're sparring at the beginning, you make that a reoccurring thing too. Like I like what you were talking about, where she like loses it and the blast shoots inadvertently and it punches a hole, and he's like, well, guess we got to put another window in. And then you look around, you see there's a bunch of windows that they that they've had to put in that room. And then he's have her say something like, I don't understand, I'm not, I don't have the control I need to do this. Why did you give me this? And he says, well, you need to be better than me. You make that a theme that she's got to learn to be better than her adversaries at maintaining control and doing that. And that becomes the big trigger at the end, that once she once she actually attains that emotional control where she can be better than the other people, she can control her powers to the point where now she's kicking all sorts of butt and stuff. But I still, even though it's not the way the comics are, I would not make her completely invincible and all that, because that sucks the drama out of it.
Yeah.
And
then you could even get a good reversal moment at the end where they're fighting, things are going along, and then Jude Law gets overly emotional. And he that's when you could even have it where that's where he's like, you know what, let's do this fist to fist. I don't need all this stuff. And then you can have her respond calmly and blast him. And then it actually is a good like bookend moment, because
and she could
now
say,
she's calm.
you should have been better than me.
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah, I think that could have absolutely worked. And you could have, and so you could still instill that feminist message and had a stronger story there. So Salty Trekker 4, I'm not sure why you're saying that. We won't be watching Star Trek.
We've been quoting Scotty. Hello, computer.
Oh, hello, computer. And pick up the mouse. Hello. Yes. So but I know that what you really want to talk about before we wrap up is Lady Terminator.
Is it? Wow, I had no idea that's what I wanted to talk about.
Well, that movie really showed you that how the importance of warring against the patriarchy.
It certainly showed how I do believe a feminist would war against the patriarchy, where every guy she shoots his junk with laser beams. If need be.
Well, and let's not forget sexism to death somehow.
Yeah, I just can't get past the fact that throughout the entire movie, just quick bam, 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 nut shot here. And then she gets to the one black security guard and she unloads a full clip into this guy. Like the movie just stops so that she could, for like 5 seconds, empty a clip into this guy as he laid there dead, and she kept doing it. And then she started to walk away and came back to kick him in the nuts. I'm like, wow.
Well, let's not forget that and as horrible as it is, but from a stereotype perspective, the black man is a symbol of masculinity and just virileness. And so that's like what better way to show down with the patriarchy than to just show her just completely filling his entire body with lead.
I didn't think they had that stereotype in Indonesia.
Well, apparently they did. Apparently they really, really did.
They really, really did.
Yeah. And they also clearly do not have a fear of showing breasts for some reason, because man, I had a lot of breasts to cover it. And that doesn't even count the ones I just edited out because I gave up. There was
oh yeah.
Yeah, I cut out a few that were just easy to cut out because there were just people walking by that was like, really? I don't need that. That's, anything that didn't add anything. Like there was actually one that it was so, okay. So remember when she cut out her eye and then rinsed it off and put it back in?
Yes, I remember that vividly.
Yes. I know you really like that scene. So the next, I cut out about 2 minutes of footage right after that. The next thing that happens is, and no idea why, but just randomly, I guess like a hotel staffer knocks on the door of her door, and so she goes to the door, opens it, grabs the guy, and then has sex with him, just like she did with the other guys, where all of a sudden blood explodes all over him and he dies, and then that's it. Like there was no point to it whatsoever. You do see him one more time in the movie. He's one of the bodies in the morgue, but there's nothing about him that's special. They don't talk about him in any specific way. He doesn't add anything to the plot, so I'm just like, I can cut that out and Matthew won't notice, other than just, it'll save me having to animate the little hi diddly hoes. So I just, I cut that out. There's like 2 other scenes like that I cut out that just they didn't add anything other than save me the time of having to put your head and bouncing around the screen. But yeah,
right.
That movie was just like the weirdest movie ever. But it does show the war against the patriarchy. And so I know that you feel better having watched it.
Why? Okay.
Yeah, I think
you clearly know me better than I know myself tonight.
Obviously. I have a feeling that you're going to say, you know what, Amy, I'm going to find this movie on DVD so that we can watch it together. I feel like we need to watch the unedited version.
I'm sure Amy would just be so thrilled.
So what do you think Amy
that
would think of that movie? I mean, just from a plot standpoint. I don't know.
She would not be a fan.
You don't.
She definitely would not be a fan.
Well, I mean, aside from the graphic content, assuming it wasn't I mean, I know that the weirdness of the graphic content was weird, and we were able to make that just silly with your face, but like as far as the silliness of the anti-maleness of it,
she wouldn't be a fan. So like this is dumb, Matt.
She would just be like, yeah, this is like the dumbest thing ever.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll have to find something that she might enjoy then. What kind of stupidity does she like?
You know, she's honestly not a big movie watcher.
Wow. Well, why did you marry her?
She's pretty smart.
Well, no, she can't be that smart. She married you.
Well, we all have our blind spots.
That's a pretty big blind spot.
It's a me-sized blind spot, thankfully.
That's what I'm saying. It's kind of big. And I know you see, and I will tell you, Joseph, you have no idea what you missed. You missed. And Matthew, you hold me accountable here. All right, I will sum this up very briefly for Joseph. 100 years ago, an ancient witch, apparently, or sorceress, queen thing, magic lady of some kind, has sex with people, but having sex with them causes their genitalia to explode, causing them to instantly die. And she's desperately searching for a man who can satisfy her. She finds a man who does satisfy her. However, after they have sex, he reaches between her legs and pulls out of her lady business a live eel, and then turns it into a dagger and claims that she is now his wife. And then she vows that she will take revenge on his great-granddaughter in 100 years, and walks into the ocean, never to be seen again. And we never see him again later in the movie either. Fast forward to 100 years later, and then we get a shot-by-shot remake of The Terminator, except with a girl trying to kill the great-granddaughter of that dude, but the girl happens to have the dagger that was made from the eel that was pulled out of her lady business, and that's how they stopped the Terminator lady.
Yes.
That's an accurate description, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's what you missed tonight, Joseph. And so war against the patriarchy. That was that's a movie right there. That is just a movie. That's
Now, I'm seeing that it was originally slated to be something else, but was retrofitted to be a direct ripoff of the Terminator.
Well, I don't know what else.
I believe that. I think that's why it's so weird at the beginning that you have this, in 100 years, I'm going to curse you. And then the lady's trying to find out about it. And they're like, you know what? This isn't working. Maybe we're thinking about some sort of martial arts film. Lots of cheese stuff going on. And then they're just like, nah, screw it. We're going to go Terminator.
That seems like something like me and Lore Reloaded would do. Yeah, I mean, that's... Except maybe not as graphic, you know. Although we did do that. Hey, you want to talk about Jesus? So you never know, and the James Bond thing. So you never know. You know, I could do a video of pulling an eel out of him. That might be something we have to do now. You know.
Also, it just occurred to me, the singer lady,
yeah,
the granddaughter, wouldn't she be the granddaughter of the Sea Queen?
Exactly. Because she said, I will curse your great-granddaughter, but they just had sex, which means, wouldn't that be her own great-granddaughter?
Right. I mean, maybe the point is she kidnapped him from his family?
Because the dude she just had sex with was white, but she was Asian, and the great-granddaughter was Asian.
Very Asian, yeah.
So I would assume that it was her great-granddaughter.
Huh. Not
to mention the fact that the great-granddaughter, it makes no sense. It is so messed up. All I know is you pull an eel out of a lady, you got issues. Don't do it, people. Don't pull eels out of ladies. That's what you learn from this movie. I'm pretty sure that was the intended message. The more you know.
I think that sounds right.
Yeah. Yeah, not a plot hole in that movie. Yeah. It's I want to watch an eel being put into lore. That's what Yosef wants. Well, I'll talk to Lore about it and see if he's, And Thomas says there are only two timelines. One where the eel goes in and one where the... Sorry. All right, so we're doing a virtual pub on Monday, right?
Yep.
Very cool.
Yeah.
And so, by the way, I don't know if do you know about the Salty Nerd podcast, guys?
I don't.
Okay. They're a YouTube channel. I've seen them a couple of times. They were at the Las Vegas Star Trek convention, which partially because they live in Las Vegas. Yeah, it's kind of cool. I saw they had Nerdrotic on their show the other day because Nerdrotic was at the convention, obviously. And but hopefully I'm going to be on their show sometime in the next week or two. And then I challenged them. I told them I told them that if I came on their show, that I was going to send them some salt, and they had to try some salt while I was talking to them on the show. So I'm sending them some of the insanity salt from Blum Loco. So we'll see. I can't wait to see the look on their face when they try some of this insanity salt.
Nice.
So to be nice, I also had them get some of the salt that I like, though, because I'm not totally cruel. But anyway, that's coming down the pipe, and then probably I don't know for sure. I haven't heard back from him yet, but I'm hoping on Thursday. And then I got to do the next part of the Sacrifice of Angels thingy, assuming I don't get more copyright strikes from Neon Visual or something. All right, so anything else you need to say besides the fact that you're now thinking about getting some eel-based sushi?
What? No.
Okay.
Good.
All right, well, in that case, guys, have a wonderful, well, morning now, depending on your time zone. And don't forget, don't pull eels out of ladies. It is bad idea. Very, very bad idea.